pulled up. Let's update our guitar command. Alright, commands. Guitar command. This is probably about 61, 62. This is probably around 63. 63. Harmony. Bobcat. I think they spelled it with a K too. Talking about stuff, like Ventures, The Shadows, Dick Dale, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like the heyday, or the first sort of electric guitar boom, late 50s through the 60s. But I mean, really, we can kind of do whatever. All right, let me let Facebook know we're live. I wonder if I can get Streamlabs to just automatically post to Facebook for me. It'd be a lot easier. So I'm going to see if we can deal with the ground hum from this guitar. I've got all the spring reverb in the world. I mean, the reverb on this amp is currently at about like 3. We can go way up from there. We also have tremolo in the event that we need it. But doing like, we'll do Walk Don't Run, we'll do like Pipeline, we'll do Apache. What else? Might do Telstar. Might have to get some pedals out to do Telstar, because I think that was actually played on an organ, but we could totally play it on guitar. Might need to change to a little bit longer guitar cable too, because usually I have a pedal patched in between, but we're just running straight in right now, and this cable might be a little too short. Yeah, definitely. I know there have been several versions of it, but I think if I hook up the right pedals, I can probably get the organ sound, or get close to it. Because I have a pedal that will do like the octaves up to get that sort of high, thin octaves, reedy octave sound, and then I've got another a vibrato pedal that emulates like a Wurlitzer organ vibrato, and that should get us pretty darn close. All right, let's see. I have kind of a selection of fun guitars back here, and several more I could grab. There's that ground hum. Gotta dial the tone control down just a little bit to get rid of it. These are the infamous gold foils that everybody and their brother is into making reproductions of these days. These are some original De Armand gold foils. Oh yeah, I want to listen real quick to my levels. Let me see how these go together. I think the guitar can be a little louder. Last stream I listened back to the VOD and wasn't quite happy with the levels. Probably bring it up a hair in OBS too. Yeah, you have to get to where you can sort of keep the rhythm effortlessly, basically. Getting a little better. Hold on a second. I'm gonna turn my my main mic down and run just the guitar mic. I want to see what that sounds like coming through. I think we're good there, so let's start bringing vocal mic back up. Check, check, check. Yeah, right before you jumped in, I turned the vocal mic completely down just to check the guitar level. Because last stream, I went back and listened to the VOD for last stream, and the guitar was way too low. So I'm trying to get everything balanced just the way I want it. So let's see, right now, though, I'm using this. This is a 63-ish Harmony Bobcat with gold foils. Bring the mic forward a little too. Then I've got 50 style Strat behind me. I've got the Strat with the De Armand, like a Gretsch style pickups in it. Got the old Silvertone Dano. Bro, more donations. You're crazy, man. Thank you so much. Got the this is technically a Silvertone, but would have been made by Harmony. This is a Silhouette, which has a different variation of gold foils in it. They were clearly going after the Jazz Master with this one. Then have this old Kent Polaris 1 Japanese guy from about the same time period, 65 to 68 or so. Hey Kaz, what's up? Gary Moore. Gary Moore will definitely not work on this guitar. We'll have to swap guitars for that one. This guitar is incredibly noisy. Clean. All right, let's see. What should we start with? Do-do-do-do. All right, let's see. What should we start with? Maybe. I mean, Walk Don't Run's probably a good one to start with. That's a pretty famous one. If YouTube will come up. Oh, you want to make? If you guys want to make requests for specific ones, uh, just use the Free for All Friday one. That'll be fine. I guess that's the most broadly appropriate. I was just going to go through, Walk Don't Run, Pipeline, Apache, etc., etc. But if you guys want to do specific ones, that is fine. Grillin' and chillin' barbecue mix? What? Let's see. Let's give it a listen. So that's a half step down. That's on something with a vibrato too. So we'll have to swap guitars to do that one. I might get out the old classic Sunburst Strat for that. All right, and then let's see what Riot's got here. The intonation is way out on this guitar. Yeah, we could definitely do that one. Do break out a Strat for it. Chemistry 88, thanks for following. But yeah, we'll swap to a Strat. We'll do that one because we're going to need a vibrato bar. All right, let's see. The question is which Strat? I think we probably need to dig out the Sunburst Strat for that one. I think that'd be ideal. Where exactly it's located is the issue. All right, give me a second. Let me go find it. You also need to turn the reverb up on the amp even more. lay that there for a moment. I think it's over here in this room. Oh, overhead lights. Alright, let's see. Pretty sure it's in this case. Lights off. Pretty sure. Not 100%, but pretty sure. I don't know where to put this guitar. Need more stands. Just lay it there. Hey everybody. Yeah, there it is. Ow. Get our vibrato bar. Get the Strat outs. Looks like we're going to do, in our Discord, we just got a request for Bombora by the Atlantics. Kind of a surf tune. Classic two-tone Sunburst. This is actually an American Deluxe Stratocaster. By the way, if you want to jump in our Discord, it's a great place to make requests or just chat about guitar stuff in general. You are welcome. Everybody is welcome. Might be enough reverb. This guitar is a little bit hotter than the last one. Let's bring our level down a touch. Is everything sounding balanced out there to you guys? Come on, Bar. Get down in there. Bar doesn't quite want a seat. There we go. Alright, so let's back this up to the beginning. So we're starting off with the bass guitar actually going, kind of coming up from like A flat to A. Tilt the camera down a little bit so you can see the guitar better. Maybe back it up a hair. Oh yeah, we mute the stream on the other computer. That'll be helpful. So then we have the guitar starts to come with this. It's just playing the muted string muted with the left hand and the right hand in this case. Kind of sliding down, you can hear. Then coming way up here to this high A, all the way on the 17th fret on the E string. And just kind of giving it some vibrato. Really kind of fast, nervous vibrato. So, okay. So how do we want to finger this is the question. So we can only get the high up here at 17. So if we're coming right up underneath from the E, 17 on the B string. Then we're dropping down a half step. The question is he dropping down a whole step, excuse me, on the E string, or is he moving down to the B string to do it? So let's try both. Versus. Sounds like he's doing it all on the E string, probably. So that'd be 17 on the B string, up to 17 on the E string, then again. Then we come down a whole step, 15, then 15, 13, 15, 13, 15, 13, 12, then 15 on the B string. Okay, so second time's a little different. So we're using the Phrygian mode. So second time, we come up to the 20th fret. Then we're going to come down to the 18th fret. So it's going to give us Phrygian relative to the A. We're going to have 20, 20, then we're going to have this kind of little triplet pick, or not exactly a triplet, more like a duplet. So 20, 20, 20, 18, 20, 18, 17, then 20 on the B string. Then we get a shift to like a Phrygian dominant sort of sound, it sounds like. So, not quite. Listen to that little tag again. So that final little tag is shifting to more kind of a major sort of sound. As I said, shifting towards Phrygian dominant, which we actually talked about, I think, last stream or the stream before, maybe. It's the Phrygian mode with a major third. That we're starting on. We can either play this perfect fifth on the 17th fret there on the B, or we could play to the 12th fret on the E. It's kind of up to you which way you want to play it. We're going to play it twice. Da, da. Then we're going to come down a whole step to 15 on the B. Then 14 on the B, 14 on the G. So Cool little lick. So we have that minor sound coming from the Phrygian initially, and then we tag it, we sort of finalize it in the Phrygian dominant. Gives us that little bit of sort of twist of the ear there. So. Then I believe we move it down an octave. Yep, so then it moves down an octave. So then our decision becomes, do we use the open strings? Do we play it down here in the open position? Or do we play it up here? Let's listen to that last note. If he plays that last note open, then we're probably in the open position. No, it sounded like a fretted note. We don't quite hear the ring that we get off of an open note there. So that would mean we're going to essentially mirror, we're just going to imitate what we did up here, but down here at the 7th fret starting on the A string, and we'll have 7 on the A, 7 on the D. D string's dropped a little flat there, hold on. These are actually pretty new strings on this guitar too, so they may drift a little bit. So probably going to play that this way down here. 7, 7, 7, 7, up. Yeah, I got to update the guitar command. That's right. You got to remind me. Got to remind me. This is a 2005, looks like. All right, let's see. This is a 2005 Fender. No, not a Dender. Fender American Deluxe. Deluxe. This is a V-neck Strat. Not a huge fan of V-necks, but it's pretty nice on here. And it works really well for this kind of stuff. So let's see. 2005 Fender American Deluxe V-neck. Yeah. All right. So guitar command should be up to date now. Might need to tighten up the trim springs a touch too. Feels a little bit loose. But really nice guitar, actually. You know, it's got kind of the vintage Sunburst and the vintage V-neck on it, but it has locking tuners, has a little more modern bridge, and then has noiseless pickups with the S1 switching. So you can get a little more variety out of it. Right now I'm on the middle pickup. Which is pretty common for surf kind of stuff. So 7, 7, 7, 7. Then we're going to come down to 5 on the D string. And then we're going to pick, then triple it. Like that. Then 8, 7. Then 5 on the A string. Then we're going to come up second time up to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. We're going to put that little triplet on the 10 again. Then 8, 10, 8, 7, 10 on the A string, or you could jump down to 5 on the D string, whichever you can do more smoothly. Then our little final tag. 7, 7, 5, 4, 5. We're grabbing that low A. So. Alright, so let's see what we got next. So we're clearly moving up to the 4 to the D minor. Yeah, it sounds like that moves to the B string. Sounds like that's probably down in the open position there. So if we outline like a D minor chord, we're going to start on the 2nd fret on the A string. We're going to grab the 3rd fret on the B string. We're going to give it a little wiggle with the bar. Yeah, so. Right, so then from there we're going to go to open E, F, back to E, back down to the D. So do, do, da, 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 do. Not quite. Whoop, too far ahead. Right. So then we're going to go back into A Phrygian out of that. Do, do, da, 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 do, da, da, do. So it's going to be 1st fret C, then 3rd fret on the G string, 2nd fret on the G string. So da da da, do, give me a bar, do, da, 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 do. And then it's just coming down octaves. A, E, A, A, E, E. So then second time slightly different. Kind of like double picking these two. Sounds like there's a tiny bit of slap back on there too, but I'm not going to add a pedal. Unless you want me to. second time, we start off the same way. And then we just go C sharp, so second fret on the B string, D, up to E on the 5th fret. So from the beginning of this little section. All right, so. So now it's going to come down in E major arpeggio the third time. Yeah. So once we come up to here, we come down to B, 4th fret on the G string, G sharp, 1st fret on the G string, E, 2nd fret on the D string. So All right, so then things are going to change up a little bit. Right, so D or A, D. Then we're going to go straight from D up to F. D, F. Then it sounded like it just went E, A. So 3, 6, 5, 5. Let me grab that low A. Boom. So. Sounds like we just get A octaves after that. Dun da dum, dum da dum. Boom, 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 boom. Then it sounds like we come straight back into the segment starting on G from the main riff. So do, boom, boom. Now a little busier, a little different. So A, G, F, G, F, E, D, E. So as we come out of then it sounds like we're going back up to the G and then walking down to D minor. All right, so when we come out of the A, G, F, G, F, E, D, E, then G, 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 F, E, F, E, D, A, D. So 5, 3, 2, 3, 2, O, O, O. So. Sounds like we're on the bridge pickup here too. Right, and then so after that open D, back to the E on the second fret. So. So. Not quite the right phrasing. Okay, so E, G, F, E, D. So. There we go. You get the phrasing just right. There we go. And if you hear me humming, like it's something that people have pointed out, like a lot of times while I'm playing a phrase, I'll be kind of humming along with it weirdly. That is the single best way to kind of learn phrases in your head, is to sing them to yourself, and it becomes kind of like second nature. Just kind of automatically start humming the phrases or singing the phrases along, even if you're not in tune with them. Doesn't matter, as long as you're kind of getting the rhythmic progression of the phrase right. Oh, that pick's long gone. Do 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 down. All right, we're back to our intro riff. So now the bass is playing this little D minor vamp, which you're going to play on here would just be the A on the E string, 5th fret, 3rd fret on the A string, 5th fret on the D string. We start to get that little muted. just sliding down and muting. A lot of delay on that too. Alright, so what we got going on now is this little half-step movement between that high A way up here on 15 on the E string and the G sharp a half step below it. So we're kind of bending that G sharp up towards the A and then letting it fall back down, and it's giving us that dissonance, that really tense kind of sound. With this really spastic vibrato, this kind of like really, really jarring, jangly, wiggly left hand. You know, it's not a smooth kind of vibrato. We're really shaking that hand to make it very nervous and tight. You could kind of, if you only need to do it on one, if you can't reach like the G sharp to the A up here, you need to do it on one string. Just come down to the 14th, or not the 14th fret, excuse me, the 16th fret on the E, and then the A is on the 17th fret there. And just start pushing the G sharp up towards the A, and then drop your finger, your ring finger, onto the A afterwards, onto the 17. So you start to get. So. And then we're back into our D minor section. Dum dum dum. If you got a lot of reverb, you have your reverb way up, you want to hit that A string with a really heavy palm mute to try to make that splash and pop. Really get that tank rattling. Might be blowing your eardrums out there on the other end of the stream, I don't know. This is pretty firm. Then sounds like we're back into this phrase. Yep. So just the same as the last time. Right, and then that's our very first riff. and then that's just that G sharp to A again with the vibrato applied to it. And it kind of speeds up as it goes through. All the way out. So, not too tough. Not too tough. Especially if you know your Phrygian mode pretty well. It's fairly straightforward. Alright, anything I need to go over in that one again, or should we move on? Also, let's see if I can see where my other pick went. Oh, it's way over there. I'm not getting that. Isn't there like a whole movement of Australian surf bands? Yeah, I think there's like a whole Australian surf music subculture, which makes sense, given the amount of surfing there. They're on Smoko, so leave me alone. I'm on Smoko. Oh, man. All right, let's look at the one Alec posted. Oh, yeah, that one's an E flat, though. That's annoying. I want to change tuning. Man, that's a lot of reverb. Still not even halfway up on the dial either. All right, let's listen to the one Alec posted. No, wait, he posted another one. Roy Clark. Oh man. Playing looks like he's playing a micro frets or something in that. Might have to turn the reverb down though, slightly. Might change guitars too, I don't know. I'm undecided. Oh wait, he posted some shadows too. If we do shadows, you gotta stay on the Strat, obviously. All right, so that's pretty straightforward. Right, so the rhythm guitar is basically just playing kind of like an alternating, almost country style bass. Thanks, dude. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for using your Prime sub on me. That is awesome. I greatly appreciate it. Yes. Now we can blues scale, people. This feels to me like it's going to be oh my follicular. All right. So we got two places we can kind of play that note, that E there. Probably doing it that way, probably on the G string here. And we're using the minor pentatonic in the key of A minor, starting on the A on the 7th fret on the D string. We're going from there up to 5, C on the 5th fret on the G string. Then we're sliding up into the E. Kind of feel like I should turn the reverb down slightly, but I feel like getting up. I think we'll keep it. Sliding up into the E on the 9th fret on the G string from the 7th fret on the G. So we have 7, 5, 7, slide up to 9. Then we're going to grab that A again very briefly, kind of palm muted. Then the D on the 7th fret on the G, back to 5th fret on the G, then back to the starting A. So little tiny bar twang at the end of it too. Sounds like. Right, so then we're going to come up, start the same way. The third time, 7, 5, and then we're coming all the way down to 5 on the bottom string down here. That's high A. Then keep in mind, minor pentatonic. So 5 or 7, 5, high 5, 8, 5, 7, 5, 7, 9, 9, 7, 5, 7. So do da do. So gotta get the exact timing right. So we're just still inside that pentatonic box. That last little tag is just still just a little pentatonic box. 7, 5, 7. So that final little tag is 7 on the A string, 5 on the D string, back to 7 on the D. Very palm muted, very kind of down. So same thing the second time, except when he goes up to the high 5, he grabs he grabs both of the 5s, the 5 on the B string and the E string. You're gonna have Keep Watching here high-fiving you, man, saying things like that. You're gonna summon him from wherever the heck he's been. Don't be hating on Plastic Ono Band. Wonder if I can kind of integrate them. Yeah, I could totally do that. A little bit of practice, I could totally get the bass part going at the same time. Starts to get bluesier if you do that, though. All right, let's see. So now we're going to start getting some key changes. Sounds like we're pretty much just moving through like 1, 3, 5 triads and whatever chords we're using. So we're starting off with like an E. Then sounds like down to a C probably. Not quite. Okay, so E triad. Sounds like we move away from the bridge pickup too, maybe to the little notch position. Then down to a C triad. Then an F triad. Then an E triad again. C triad. F triad. B triad. And up to an E. Sounds like we're sliding back up into the E too. Alright, so E triad, C triad, F triad, E triad, C triad, F triad, B triad, then E. Look at that low note there that's coming up from. Actually, it might just be coming up from a half step below. So E triad, C triad, F triad, E triad, C triad, F triad, B triad, then E. They're coming back up just chromatically to E. Then B triad. Then sounds like we're walking down the E minor scale. Yeah, walking down the E minor scale down to B. So E, D, D, C, C, B, B. Then into then just a little A major at the end of it. So the other guitar picks it. Business up again. And so now we're doing the same. We're doing the intro riff, but an octave lower. So now we're in little A minor pentatonic down here in the open position. Opaita on me. Well, I don't know what it is, but I can check it out in a minute. We're just about done with this tune. All right, let's see. Let's finish this one up and we'll take a look, see what it is. Because we got, where are we at? Got about a minute left of this, and I bet it probably repeats itself. So we're down here in the A minor position. And so now we're going open A, C on the 3rd fret, open D, sliding up into E, 2nd fret on the D string. does exactly the same thing. So O 3 2 for the high octave A, open G, E, oh, thanks for that follow, Rodrigo. Then it sounds like we're going to go up to the D. So then. Ooh, nice little kind of slip and slide up into the A there. So. So that's actually sliding up unison into the A from the E string. So we're starting on that G there, approximately sliding up into the open A, and then letting off, hitting the open A up against it. So. Alright. So it sounds like we're moving up to about the 12th position now. Could be moving all the way up to the 17th position to hear where it goes. Hey, Pan, what's up? Now we're up in. Yeah, so we're up in the 12th position. Lack of food. Hey, as overplayed and as many times as I had to teach and play Stairway, it has a very wide variety of techniques in it. And basically any student can learn to play them more cleanly than Jimmy Page ever did in the course of about 2 weeks. Alright, so we're up here, 12th position, A minor pentatonic still. We're starting off with that 12th fret E down here on the bottom string, and then we're going to grab a unison bend. We're going to come to the 15th fret on the B string. We're going to hit it and we're going to bend it back up towards that E. But he doesn't quite make it, probably because he's playing with super heavy strings. Then we hit it again, unbent, and then back to the 12, back to the 15, then down to 13 on the B. I don't like Stairway that much. Like I said, I've heard it and played it way too much, but it is really useful if you're learning guitar. A lot of great techniques in there. Fingerstyle stuff, strumming stuff, solo stuff, all kinds of things to learn in it. It's nowhere close to my favorite Zeppelin song. In fact, the only Zeppelin album I really like for the most part is Physical Graffiti. So all right. All right. So play in your marching band shows. Kashmir's the worst song on it. Kashmir is just like way too long. Second disc, you get into stuff like even the first track, In the Light. In the Light is so much better. Or I received a message from my love across the water. Much more interesting songs. We gotta finish this part. So 12 on the E, then bending 15 up towards it, hitting the 12 again. Then we're coming down to the A on the 14 on the G. 13, 15, 13. Yeah, they did. They stole way too much stuff without giving any credit at all. That's really frustrating. And not just the stuff they stole from old blues dudes, because pretty much everybody was doing that. They stole stuff from their contemporaries. Dazed and Confused is a stolen song from a guy who was active with them. And then obviously the Stairway progression is stolen from a band that toured with them. Stuff like Black Mountain Side is stolen from Bert Jansch, who was one of their contemporaries from Blackwater Side. And a much better song, a much more interesting song in general. It's one thing stealing from somebody that's been dead for 40 years, but let's see. So we're getting 12, 15, 12, 14, 13, 15, 13. Then we're just kind of grabbing these unison bends, kind of Chuck Berry style. So still just in the minor pentatonic. Alright, so then more unison bends. And then he starts doing this little unison trick where it's actually not a bend, it's a unison slide. This is something that Mark Knopfler uses a lot and probably got directly from Hank Marvin. Kind of like that. So and then winds up landing in this little double stop, 13 and 12. So back into our little triad section. E, C, F, E, C, F, B, E, B, then the E walk down, back to A. All right, so then we're down to the open position. Then he starts doing this little, kind of on the way out, he starts doing that little unison slide thing again. And then kind of hammering on into E flat, and then into E. And kind of fades out as it does that. Straightforward. All just pentatonics. All just minor pentatonics. Nothing too crazy. All right, let's see. Any questions about that one? Anything? Any part we need to go over again, like the triads or anything? Doodle-doo. Doo-doo-doo. The whole thing, yeah. Just do the whole thing over again. I'm just going to do this part forever. Because that won't be annoying. But he's probably playing with 12s. That's one thing. I'm playing with 9s. He's playing with 12s, and so I can actually get to the bend a little bit easier. And it changes the way you interface with the guitar. Like, not quite making that bend is part of the sound of that old stuff. You know, he's getting about to, like, right about there. You know? Well, with these 9s, you know, you can bend for a mile. All right, Rodrigo, if you're still here, what was it you wanted? I'll check it out. What is the pentatonic scale? It's a scale with 2 tones. It only has 2. Because penta is Greek for pants, and pants have 2 legs. Alec doesn't believe in tone either. I believe in tone with a small t, but not tone with a capital T. I'm a secular tonemanist. See, I don't believe in your tone at all because it doesn't have a Z on the end. If it's not only the sickest, most brutes tones, then I'm not interested. Tone. Now, see, Ride's got the gear page tone right there. We need our sick Dumble tone. Tonezors. good sounding guitar. I almost never play this guitar because of the V-neck. If you're seriously interested, Alec, let me know. This is darn nice, though. But I could definitely stand to move some stuff. Nah. Traditional headstock. Pretty much only like the 70s stuff, late 60s and 70s stuff have the big headstocks, and a couple signature models based on those. Well, see, the thing is, it ain't Alec's price that matters, it's my price that matters, because I'm the one that's got it. Alright. Does anybody remember what Rodrigo requested? Because it's gone, and I don't want to scroll back up and get lost trying to find it. This is pretty similar. I mean, I think the main thing you would want to change if you're doing Eric Johnson specs is probably the pickups, because these are like the noiseless, and his have, I think, more vintage style pickups in them from what I recall. But fairly similar, actually. I actually think these might be nitro finished too. Not sure though, but some of the deluxes were. That'd be interesting. Do a clean, like kind of surfy version of Cliffs of Dover. Or maybe like a really kind of dramatic. Yeah, no, you can't have a twin. You can't have a twin without a Strat. Kind of like having a deluxe without a Telly. Like, what's wrong with you? Interesting idea. Interesting idea. I'll have to pursue that later. Alright, well, what shall we do next? Let's see. So we had that funky version of the Wildwood Flower. That other song in E flat, which I don't want to do because I don't want to retune. Alright, let's listen to that one. I started listening to that one. So, sounds like we just start outlining. These other guitars might work better for that, I don't know. Maybe the Strat with De Armands, I'm not sure. Use something bright and twangy. Let me turn the reverb down on the amp a little bit too. Get it back to somewhere a little more reasonable. So we're starting off with this kind of Johnny B. Good sort of riff. Yeah, let's change to the Strat with De Armands. Let's change to that because I think that'll fit this a little better. Alright, let's turn that level down real quick. That's got a normal strap on it. Alright, pop. Set that strap up there. So this, let's see. So this would be about an 86 or so. Get our guitar command updated. So this would be a roughly 1986 Schecter. This model had a few different names over the years, but we'll just call it a Schecter Strat for simplicity's sake, with T.V. Jones T. Armands, which are basically like Gretsch style De Armand soap bars. So much brighter and clearer sounding than like a P90 would be comparatively, but with all the hum. But especially with the ebony board on this guitar, it gets a very bright and tight kind of sound. So 2 guitars doubling each other in different pitch ranges here, while the lower one is still just the minor blues scale. Okay, so gotta stop turning it into Johnny B. Good. There we go. Alright, so after that it starts to move into the Wildwood Flower, but with these little kind of harmonies, little multi-guitar part harmonies stacked on top of the outline of the Wildwood Flower. So the most important thing to do is to start off by learning the melody for the Wildwood Flower. So we're kind of inside of a C major chord to start with. And our melody goes E, F, G, A, C, G, and some variations will come back to a low E instead of a G. Then F, E, D, E, D, C. So with varying degrees of complexity. So that would be adding, like, say, a low B underneath it. See if he does that. Yeah, he does. So he goes D, E, D, B, C. Alright, so then we want to start stacking, to start off with, just thirds on top of that. So our E will become E and G. Our F will become F and A. Looks like this G's a little out of tune, it's bugging me. Close. Everybody take a nap? Why'd it get so quiet in chat? Come on now. Now, as a rule, when we start to get to the G here, we're going to just leave this C held down here on the first fret. Yep, angry faces in chat. So. So we're starting off with coming in, because our rhythm's going to be a little different than traditional. da 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 da. So we're just coming into that first one with just a straight up C chord. So in this case, he's hammering on these two thirds, the E and G, and then the F and A. Then we're doing F, A, E, G, D and G, then B and D, C and E. And we're actually trying, there are two separate guitar tracks here, and we're putting both of them together. Actually, three guitar tracks, because there's a super high one up there, too. So over the F, it sounds like we have a bent A. Coming up into an oblique bend. So coming out of G, C, C and E, then up to this D and G, and we're going to bend the D up to E. So land an F. Alright, so we're coming out of this, into this, into C and E, then B flat and D to imply like the C9 sound. Then F or A and C to imply an F chord. Then we're going to bend that A down, 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 down to so then back into a C. G. Then G and C, F, A, E, G, D, G, E, G, D, G, B, D, C, E. So. So then that's the same as the little intro riff. Then we start to get a little guitar solo. So this is just minor blues scale, C minor blues scale. So and it sounds like we're gonna move up. A little bit of major blues. We gotta get like super, super, super percussive here. One second, let's get to our bridge pickup. Gotta get that super, 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 super small. You need a compressor. Get that so tight and snappy. So arpeggio. That's interesting. It changes to C major from the C minor. Is it triads? That's actually almost the Cliffs of Dover feel. So C major, do, then G major, do, A minor, then probably C7. Finger it that way. Interesting. Do that that way. It's actually a little simpler. It's almost certainly going to land in an F. Yeah, F, F, F. So 4, 4, 2, 5, 2, 5, 5. That's a super cool little phrase. As I said, it's basically the Cliffs of Dover chord progression. If we started a half step higher. So then little blue scale, like that Boots Randolph playing on this? You get the saxophone playing the melody. Saxophone's taking a little liberty with it. So then back to guitar with extra layers. Sounds like there's another guitar added to it here. That's a fun little take on that. Especially, I was really, really not expecting it. Where to be? Let's see. There we go. Little Jerry Reed next. Let's see. How long are we going? We're going for 2 hours. Oh, we got plenty of time. We've got plenty of time. Let's see. I don't think we've even done any of like the classics. Let's see. You can always do Pipeline. Do the Shantays or something. Bedtime. It's Friday night. Why are you going to bed? Not even midnight on a Friday, and you going to bed. Come on now. Do the Ventures version. This is the Shantays. Gotta turn the tremolo up on the amp too. Dum, 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 dum. let's see. That's a live. I don't do a live version. Let's look here. Agent Orange. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. All right, so you're gonna go turn the reverb back up. Yeah, I don't want to turn the tremolo on. Because only one of the guitar parts has the tremolo on it. So what we're doing there is we're just starting off with a high slide down to the muted string with tremolo picking on it. And with one guitar we're landing in this little pentatonic pattern where we're playing the open E, then B on the second fret of the A string, then third fret on the E, then back to that B. And the rhythm guitar is just playing an E minor. A little bit of tremolo on it. Our lead guitar that comes in is going to start off on that B on the A string. You're going to pick back here very close to the bridge because that's going to make the string, it's going to give us the most resistance against the pick, and it's going to give us that kind of characteristic attack that you can only get by picking back next to the bridge. If we pick up here, we don't get that kind of spit, that dung, dung, dung on the edge of the note. Alright, so let's see. So we're going to have 2 0 2 0 2 4 2 0 2 4 2 4 2 0 2 0 2. And the more slides you use, the more fun it is, in my opinion. Then our high guitar plays this little E minor phrase way up here, up at the 9th fret, where it goes 9 on the G, 8 on the B, 7 on the E, 10 on the B, 8 on the B, back to the 10. So bring it out, we're going to do the same thing that we did down here, but move it up a string. So we're starting on the D string. Then same phrase up here, but up at the 14th fret. But instead of coming back up, we go down to the 12th fret. So we get up here, the chords just go B, C, B, C. The rhythm guitar goes just on the B root note. We're going to start alternating between the B and the A. And then eventually land in the A minor. We start to get little slips and slides up into the beat. Then when we come down into the A, the bass note, the rhythm guitar is playing down here on A to G. So then see, can't remember what position I want to play this in. The second time we go down to G sharp. Jake had a cake. What's up? How are you? Oh, thank you, thank you. It is a really nice sounding guitar and amp. If you ever want to know what stuff I'm playing, check it out. We've got custom commands that tell you the guitar and the amp and even the pedals, but I'm not using any pedals right now. Yeah, the Rambler, the car Rambler that I'm using just has a really gorgeous clean sound. We can go anywhere from kind of a blackface Fender sound, which is what I got dialed in right now, to a really tweedy, mid-rangey, thick sort of tone. And this guitar has kind of Gretsch style pickups in it too, so it gives us this really nice classic tone. But right now we're learning Pipeline, the classic surf tune. Yeah, we'll do some. We'll do some blues in a sec. We'll finish this one up, and then we'll if you can stick around for a few minutes. We don't have any specific thing planned after this, so we can do whatever. All right. Okay, so we got to go up to the 5 there. So starting off on the 5th fret on the G string. 4:30 a.m. for you. Are you in the UK? It's about 11:30 for me. So you got to be UK or Ireland, England. Alright, so you can kind of envision this like a little A minor chord, a little A minor triad here, 7, 5, 5, 5, like that. We're starting on the G string, and then coming up to the D string. Then we're going to use a little minor pentatonic scale here. Do, da, 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 do, ba. Then we're coming down into a little G triad. Oh, that's cool. You met Clapton? Like what time period? So does that come back up to that C? No, it goes down to the A. And then back up to the B. Okay. 25 years ago, so that'd be like, was it like From the Cradle kind of era? No, that's a little bit earlier. Well, no, that'd be about right. 94, 95, something like that. Maybe Journeyman. So essentially, what we're doing is moving from an A minor triad to a G triad to an F triad. Then back up to the G. And then the last time we land on this G sharp here. Ask for the best shovel. Well, you'd hope so. You'd hope someone as successful as Clapton wouldn't be like, you know, give me the bargain basement shovel. I hope he wasn't buying a shovel for the funeral. You would hope that Clapton would not be responsible for burying his grandmother himself. Unless he just wanted to have like a commemorative shovel, you know, to scoop the first clods onto the casket or something, and then just keep it. I guess it's possible. You think you could just, you know, buy it from whoever's burying her, you know, at the grounds or wherever. I mean, if you're Eric Clapton and you need a shovel, you're not going to ask for the worst shovel, right? Just give me the best of whatever you got. Maybe he was planting a tree. All right, let's see. I think this just repeats from here. And then, yeah, so back in. I suppose. Well, did you know who he was at that time? If you're only 16. So I don't know if I'd have recognized him by face at 16. You know, he's one of the, like, Sunshine of Your Love and stuff like that were some of the first songs I ever learned on guitar. But don't think I knew what he looked like till a little bit later, till he, you know, had more internet access and I could actually, like, see videos and pictures of people. Really? Well, then how do you know it was actually him then, though? How do you know they weren't just, like, yanking your chain? They didn't just send in their Eric Clapton lookalike. All right, so we're back to our main riff. Did he buy the extended warranty on the shovel? All right, it's pretty easy. Classic tune. Pretty easy one. Let me see if this bar will work. Nah, that bar is a little bit too big for this vibrato. Middle position with both of these pickups on. A very, very chimey kind of tone. listen to all that 60 cycle hum when we switch to the individual pickups. Maybe get rid of a little bit by turning slightly. Turn away from the monitors a bit. I don't like these TV Jones pickups. Like they still have some fullness. They get a little more glassy edge to the treble than a P90 would. Tell me one about Bowie. I don't know. Bowie got up to some pretty out there stuff, so almost anything is believable. Unless you're going to tell me you sold him a pair of hedge clippers. He could have been in disguise, though, so it'd be understandable if you didn't know who he was. Did she go out with him, or was she like, oh, you'll never amount to anything? Slightly on the E string side too. LOE kind of pops out. Oh, little did she know. He's gonna cover it all up with makeup anyway. Ryan, at this point, I don't care. We're gonna jam for at least another 30 minutes, maybe longer. So, if you got requests, throw them at me. Oh, dude, thanks for the follow, Jake, too. Every follow helps out. We're trying to get to 100. If we get to 100, I will have considered my time streaming to be an unqualified success. If you have Discord and use Discord, my whole little community we've built up here hangs out in my Discord during the week. We talk about guitars and music, and you can make requests for the different theme nights, because I do a night that's like all metal. I do a night that's all anime music. This is usually jazz night, but we're kind of doing something a little different tonight. But yeah, you can request pretty much anything. Tonight we're just doing instrumental stuff. Other computer here. Let's see what we got. Copy link. Gypsy Kings. Heck yeah. Of course, I'm playing electric guitar, so. It's capoed at the second fret, because playing an F sharp minor 9. We'll see where it goes, but yeah, I bet that's capoed. I'll have to find the capo. So F sharp minor. Yeah, we operate a little bit differently. We kind of have our own thing going on. Because like rather than doing like long lists of requests, sometimes I just pick a song and I teach a song all the way through. There's kind of, and I tend to keep track of that like in the Discord, in the channels in the Discord, where I'll go listen to something, during the week and think, okay, this will make a good option for this stream. This is something that we can do in X amount of time, this, that, and the other. Because actually, a lot of what we do on here tends to be geared a little bit more towards teaching, like actually showing you how to play the song. More so than just me playing through songs. So yeah, this sounds like we're definitely capoed at the second fret here. Yeah, about this time of night, things start getting pretty relaxed, especially Friday nights. Usually start off with a few in mind, and then from there we just kind of open it up. Yeah, in the in-between position, we get an almost acoustic-y kind of tone out of these pickups anyway, so with a super clean amp, should work pretty well. Alright, so we're starting off with an F sharp minor add 9, so essentially like we're capoing at the second fret, then making an E minor, then raising the second tone of the E minor on the D string up to the 4th fret. Then with our right hand, P, Pulgar indicio medio annular, Polgar, Polgar, then probably Indizio Medio, I would imagine. Then at the very end, we're catching, sounds like the B string with our ring finger. I'm just doing it by ear. Most of the time, most of the stuff we do in here I do by ear. You know? Because a lot of stuff there aren't charts for, you know, aren't tabs for, aren't or at least not charts that we can get because you have to buy them. But, you know, I've taught guitar for 17 years or so, and a huge part of that job is somebody walks in with a song and says, hey, I want to learn to play this, and I pretty much just have to figure it out. Yeah, I'm listening to the link you sent. Then let's see, how are we? We're probably fingering this. Keeping the same bass note. There's where our bass note starts to change. So it's I mean it's a skill. It's like anything else. If you work on it enough, if you really sit down and work on it enough, you can develop that skill. You know, it's helped out by the theory knowledge that I have, you know, and the fact that I've been a professional musician for a long time. You know, I've just had to do this quite a bit, but anybody can do it, you know. We do music theory streams from time to time where we talk about stuff like learning our intervals, like learning to sort of recognize the relationships between notes, how to find like, okay, well, these two notes have this many frets between them and it sounds like this. And that's what I'm doing here really, is I'm kind of hearing like, okay, well, this has a minor sound, and then this has like, say, that wide second interval in it there. Then let's see, where'd we go from there? All right, so let's back up. So then from A up to B, then G, B, G, F sharp. So far it's not too bad. So bass note moved to A there. C. So we're moving to A. Then up to B, G, F sharp, E. Timing right on that walk down though. So do 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 yeah, so there's one guitar who's playing kind of a flamenco pattern in the background, who's playing like sort of that type of thing. That type of vibe. All right, so then we start to get a little something a little mixed up. So we start to get a little variation. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, so I mean, the Gypsy King stuff is all based on flamenco, and in flamenco, one minute, there we go. Get rid of that hum. All of our rhythms are based on a sort of a rhythm wheel called the compas, right? And so it's a sort of a subdivision of 12 beats. And the different types of dances in flamenco will align with different starting points along that wheel. So like say to start it off you get like da 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 da. But a different one, a different like say if you move over a notch on that wheel, then we get da 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 da, and that's generally what they're clapping. Or if you see the dancers with the castanets or the little like tap shoes, like the little metal plates on their feet, they're clapping, they're tapping out along with those compas, subdivisions of those different compas and rhythms. And generally, like at least one of the guitars will be playing that compa, playing that rhythm pretty straight underneath everything like that. So that it acts kind of like the clock for the whole piece of music. And it's a little bit different approach than using like say a 4/4 time or a 3/4 time or something like that. Well, so like they'll feel that underlying rhythm. So somebody either clapping it or tapping it with their feet or playing it on guitar will be playing you know, that type of thing. And then everybody else will be playing sort of around it. They'll be subdividing that up. They're using that as like their beat. So like, you know, if we're playing a blues type thing, we're playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So you could play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But when you go to play a melody, you don't just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, we start to push and pull that time. Right? So we're subdividing that up and we're stretching it and we're playing a little bit ahead of it, we're playing a little bit behind it, we're kind of pulling it and cutting it up in different ways. Flamenco is doing that as well, but with a kind of a different rhythmic approach. You know, so instead of just playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the time is going to be, they're basing it all off of that compa, that rhythm wheel, 1 and a 2 and which we could kind of look at as going like 1 and a 2 and a 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and a 2 and a 1 and 2 and 3 and, but each little notch, each little beat subdivision represents a whole new kind of sort of rhythmic approach in that case. So the different dance in flamenco or a different style will start at a different point. Instead of starting on the original one, it'll shift it over to the and you get da 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 da, and it creates these kind of asynchronous or unusual rhythms compared to 1, 2, 3, 4 type things. Then when they perform, someone lays down the main rhythm either by clapping or by playing it on guitar, playing the rhythm guitar, and then everybody else moves around that. They cut it up in different ways. You know, they subdivide it. They phrase with it just like we would phrase on top of a blues. Don't get lost in the blues. Hey, we even have, let's see, the infamous blues scale emote for our channel. Because it turns out everything's just the blues scale. But, yeah, there you go. Chasmal jumping in with the blues scales. Because it seems like every time somebody requests a song to learn, I wind up going, nah, it's just the blues scale. Let's see, we're getting to this part where this little lead line comes in. Where do we play this? We play this place probably around here. So what's going on here is he's playing a tone that's 2 half steps apart. He's playing this A here at the 10th fret, and then he's playing the A flat or G sharp, probably up here around the 13th fret on the G string. That gives us this little bit of dissonance, this little bit of sourness. Rather than playing them on the same string and getting something like... That's kind of flat sounding in comparison. That starts to become challenging. You're going to finger it that way. Sounds like we're probably going to wind up in F sharp, Aeolian. Well, if you check some of our clips have some pretty good beginner tips. And I mean, if you stop in the stream, I will be happy at any point to just show you some really basic stuff, so like the kind of things I give my students who are brand new beginners. Because that's kind of like, you know, kind of what I want this channel to be a cool place to come in, not just to watch somebody play along with a song or something, where you can ask questions and you can react and, you know, I can answer you and try to help you out, help you get better at guitar and music in general. All right. Boom. So then we're going to come up a half step. So we're going to a G sharp 7. All right, so it's still that little 2-string bounce between those two. Da 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 doom, da 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 doom. Da 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 doom, da 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 doom. Oh yeah, should be playing with my fingers. Sorry. So what's the rhythm? So so we come down and get a little something a little more dissonant. So far it's not crazy. So far it's nothing crazy, you know. It's more involved than playing Wild Thing. But it's not too out there. Not that I know of. I mean, I've listened to Gypsy Kings before, so it's possible I've heard it, but I don't recall it straight off the top of my head. I don't think I've never played it before. Alright, so we're coming out of... So... So like in Bambalala. Then we're going to be coming up to the 5. Okay, so soon as suspension. Da 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 doom. So like, what on earth is Bamba Lala? Oh man. I assume autocorrect strikes again. So we're playing like little inversions of the chord progression here. So we have that F sharp minor add 9. Then we have a G sharp 7. This could be a couple different chords depending on what you want to look at as the root. Then we're coming back up to Bamboleo. To the 5 chord, to the C sharp suspended. That's really pretty. Turn the tone control down a little bit. See if we can smooth it out a touch. No, not going to make it a major voicing. You need to make it a 7 voicing. Yeah. What am I doing? There we go. digging in quite the same. To get that kind of pop, it's not really going to work on electric the same way it's going to work on a flamenco guitar. Where do I finger this? So to kind of emulate what they're doing there, I'm playing this kind of little like he's going a little flat. I'm playing this thumb, middle, index. Well, it's not so much about the sound. I mean, obviously the nylon strings sound like a nylon string, but it's the way that like the string is going to come off the finger and the space between the strings, because the space is much closer on an electric like this, and the strings are a whole lot lighter. So there are particular sort of timbre things. Timbre is sort of the quality of the sound that the string and that the instrument produces, where you sort of dig in heavily and pop the string off the very flat fingerboard of the flamenco guitar that they're playing, and it gives it this specific kind of color and specific kind of attack that you can't really do. You can get close, but not exactly the same. All right, let's see. Da 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 da. Where do I want to play this? Do I want to play it here? Probably played there. Well, that's no excuse. I mean, I can go get a classical guitar, but I don't feel like digging the case out. I'm going to play it on electric. You can play anything on anything, with very few limitations. As long as you've got the same number of strings and the appropriate number of frets, you can still play it. You know, you can certainly still play it. Da 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 da. Some people aren't comfortable, like who play electric. Some people, electric players, aren't comfortable playing acoustic and the other way around. Some people aren't comfortable playing fingerstyle stuff. You know, could have been any number of things. All right, so let's see. Then we're moving up to, sounds like to the relative major probably. Yeah, it could be. Could be. But generally the only time I won't do something like is if it's on a 9-string guitar or something that, you know, obviously I don't have access to. But you can ask the folks that have been hanging around here. I'll go dig out a guitar sometimes just because, just to get closer. And occasionally, the jerks in chat spin points to make me change to ridiculous guitars that don't suit what I'm playing at all, which is fun in its own right. We wound up playing Metallica on a fretless nylon string guitar a couple weeks ago. That was something. So we get this little third moving up somewhere. Yeah, I mean, like, the vast majority of acoustic and electric guitars have the same necks, basically. Like, you'll have two common scale lengths, well, three really, like 24 and 3/4, which is the Gibson scale length, most common on Gibsons. 25, which is common on PRS and some other things. 25 and a half, which is common on Fenders and Martins and a million other guitars. But the way the necks work, the way they actually produce or change the pitch, they're all exactly the same. It's going to feel different on an electric guitar because the strings are lighter and the strings are closer to the fingerboard in most cases. And obviously, you know, you're reproducing or you're transducing the sound of the string differently. You're going to have a hard time on an acoustic guitar bending the strings in the same way that you can on an electric. But as far as like chords and everything like that, they're all the same. They're all exactly the same. You know, it's tuned the same way. Frets are spaced the same way. The scale lengths are pretty much always the same. Some stuff is going to fit better on acoustic guitar versus electric guitar, the other way around. In this case, this is nylon string guitar, which is a little bit further removed just because the strings aren't steel anymore. But all of the techniques and ideas still work. They're just going to feel really different on a steel string electric guitar than they are on a nylon string guitar. And sound different, obviously. Let's see, where were we? Let's see, we were on this. So then, da-da-da. All right, so let's see. So we had. Getting pretty close. Oh. Whoop, jumped a little too far ahead. So oh, don't worry about it, man. But I mean, like the internet's full of people playing acoustic songs on electric and electric songs on acoustic. I mean, guys like Tommy Emmanuel and stuff have made a whole huge career out of transcribing electric guitar tunes to acoustic guitar. All right. Sorry, then we're coming up to the 4 chord. Is it a major 7? Pretty close. Then down to the 2. So ba da 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 da. No. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we have that little fill in there. Ba. Oh, Lord. You're going to get a reputation, man. It's a da 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 da. Okay, so. We want a 7th chord voicing? So we're probably moving to this kind of voicing. So. Yeah, probably here. Yeah, that sounds better. No, not quite. I mean, you must live somewhere. You must live somewhere where a whole lot of old guitar players live. Yeah, that is true. I mean, the state that I live in is basically the size of England. Actually, maybe a little bit larger. I'm not sure. Might include part of Scotland. landing on that third. Okay, so Surrey. I'm not familiar with Surrey. I mean, I've heard the name before, but I couldn't point it out or couldn't tell you where it was on a map. I only know where a handful of places are due to football teams. It's to the west. So after we come out of that, let's see. So we start off that similar kind of. So moving towards places like Southampton and stuff like that. Portsmouth. Not that far south, I would guess, but. So he's getting some extra ones in on there. Like I said, I mostly know it from football teams. And television shows. Never been there. Would love to at some point, but can't get out of the country at the moment. So it's similar. Well, you know, the whole football soccer thing, it's kind of your fault, because the whole word soccer comes from you guys calling association football soccer to contrast it with rugby being rugger. Though, you know, that's like 100 years ago. The whole you guys insisting on it being called football thing really doesn't show up till the 60s and 70s. Devin Thompson, Devin X Thompson, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out with us here. A lazy Friday night. And also, Pan popping in. You're still here, Pan? You're so quiet, I swear. Alex not here. He can't ban you anymore. Also, Devin got us to 90 followers. Wow, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so then we have that little... similar to the previous phrase. Then we get a lot fancier. Da 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 da. Kind of sounds like we're skipping every other tone on the way down the scale. Bum, 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 bum. Ends in kind of an odd place, though. So let's see. Gotta remember the rhythm, though, at the beginning. Wow, dudes, thank you so much for that, Devin. Thank you so much for that cheer. That's super cool. Then back to this. Dudes, no worries about it. No worries at all. Oh, dude, Pan, thanks for the sub, too. That's awesome. I look down and I miss all this stuff. But no, I mean, I love and absolutely appreciate any support anybody can contribute. But if you can't, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Times are tight for everybody. You have to just bait Billy Sheehan's to get back in here and spam sub gifts. Let's see. Alright, I kind of lost where we were. Bum, bum, bum. So it's kind of alternating between these scale tones. We just have the major scale right here, and he stops on that 7. Gotta get the speed up, get it clean. Not buying Wendy's. I will tell you from personal experience, Wendy's is fast food. It's a fast food chain here, burger chain, competitor with McDonald's. I will absolutely tell you, stopping eating Wendy's and the like will save your life. Because I worked at a music store for years with Wendy's in the parking lot, and so default meal basically every day was walking across the parking lot and getting something from Wendy's. And I blew up. I mean, I got up to like probably 280 pounds, something like that. Now, granted, I'm super tall, so it didn't seem like that much, but like really ideally, I need to be around 220, 230. And I got up to like 280 something pounds, and I felt like I was just dying all the time. So I just sort of made like a commitment that I'm not going to eat any more fast food cheeseburgers. And I quit, just cold turkey. Quit eating all fast food cheeseburgers. No McDonald's, no Wendy's. I mean, all those places in general. The only one I ever eat at anymore occasionally is a place called Chick-fil-A. Which I haven't eaten at in months now because of the lockdown. But within probably 2 or 3 months of just stopping eating cheeseburgers, I dropped like 30 pounds. No other changes. Then I stopped drinking soda and dropped another 15 pounds or so. 15 or 20 pounds. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's pretty chunky. But you're in the UK. You haven't seen America, and you definitely haven't seen the American South. That's not heavy at all for this area. Keep in mind that I'm 6'7", so I'm pretty big already. Just pretty tall, super tall to start with. So, 280 pounds doesn't look as bad on me as it does someone who's like, 6 foot tall. But it was still way too much, and I felt terrible. Soda's not too bad if you can just stop. If you go like, oh no, I'm gonna have one a week, it doesn't work. Man, I can go, well, can't right now because still basically locked down, but you know, I can go pretty much to any public place, Jake, any public place around here, and I will see people a foot shorter than me that weigh as much or more than I do. Obesity is a major problem here. Just drink tea. That's what I drink. That's the essentially my soda replacement is tea. Um, Hot tea, sweet tea, or iced tea. Though with the tea, since I stopped drinking soda, I actually have to cut my tea. Like I have to mix half unsweet, half sweet, because everybody's sweet tea here has so much sugar in it, it sets my mouth on fire. Because the soda is so sweet, you're kind of numb to it. But once you get off the soda, you realize like, wow, everything here has way too much sugar in it. Yeah. Yeah, same with salt. If you quit the cheeseburgers and quit the fast food, everything has too much salt in it and you can't eat it anymore. Like I basically can't eat most processed foods now just because they're disgusting. They're so like salty and fatty and gross. So this sounds like what our phrase is. We're starting on the 7 here, the 7th of the major scale, and we're going. Yeah, I add very little. I add, you know, some kosher salt or sea salt if I'm cooking something, but I almost never find myself putting salt on things. Yeah, green tea is fantastic for you. Um, you know, it still has all the as long as it's like whole, like real loose leaf green tea, not just like bag green tea, because bag teas are pretty much just dust. But you know, they don't really have the stuff you want left in them as much. But if you can drink like loose leaf green tea, it's absolutely fantastic for you. Most of the black teas are still really good for you too, but they're not quite as potent. Though I tend to prefer them on the whole. Like if you offer me black teas or green teas, I'll usually go for the black tea, but sometimes I just get in the mood for green tea. I also like white teas. That's an interesting sort of little twist or change. My favorite during the winter though is a smoked tea, is Lapsang Souchong. All right, so let's see. See, I'm not a big fan of the bergamot in the Earl Grey. I like what are generally called like breakfast teas, like English breakfast tea, Irish breakfast tea. Even had a Scottish breakfast tea, but it was really bitter. But supposedly Scotland has kind of like a different quality to its water that makes it less bitter. 3 of them for 1 cup. Whew. Like drinking a mouthful of grass, man. Oh, Lord. What's our voicing here? We got a little different voicing. Now, I don't think we got a sharp 11. I don't think anybody's judging your typing, man. But it's good that you are. Maintain standards, personal standards. we go. Gotta get the phrasing right. Oh dear. Is that Mo Zero or Moo? Give me a sec. We're finishing up. We're working on a tune real quick. Let's get through a little bit more of that, and then we'll play it for you. No problem. This section starts to become pretty similar actually to Autumn Leaves in terms of the chord progression. We got like a whole tea conversation going on now. So then surely we're going to go to a D7. C, F sharp minor 7 flat 5, B7. Yeah, so at that point that pretty much straight up becomes Autumn Leaves. We got that high section again. So that's the same thing again. So you starts kind of playing a little variation of the same kind of thing. We start moving this up. Where would I? So say. So one thing we've got to do now is we've got to do this little triplet. To start getting that da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da sort of feel. Let me get this sort of Phrygian lick going to the B. This is where the spacing, the string spacing between the electric strings starts to get really challenging, because he's doing this with all four fingers, with a ring finger, middle finger, index finger, thumb. So trying to get all of those fingers in there on one string, it's pretty wild. So what I'm doing essentially is I'm trying to dampen out the B string so I can apply this technique to the G without worrying about the B string ringing out. So he's kind of galloping up. So what is our fingering going to be for this? Something to that. I find it's usually better when you're trying to learn complicated phrases to just focus. Do that little burst. Find that little chunk. Work on that chunk. Get that chunk and get it down, or get it as close as you can get it before you move on to the next one. Just got to get that clean. We could also do it across two different strings. Well, I mean, I have, like at this point, I pretty much know what the big picture is. You know, unless a song has a really drastic sort of stylistic shift or something, for the most part I can listen to something within a couple of seconds, like get a general picture of the idea of what's happening. You know, like the overarching chord change has just been moving. It's a really common chord change in jazz music in particular. You know, it's the same thing that we would hear in. autumn leaves or fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. La da 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 dum. So like that sort of progression through the tune has been very, very similar throughout all the parts where he's playing lead. You know, so the only thing that's really changing is the actual lead phrases that he's playing. They've gotten more and more complex as the tune has gone on. So that phrase. And then when we start listening to complex phrases like that, you want to try to hear the overarching scale that it's coming from, like the overall harmony of it. And then you want to listen to sort of like start tones and end tones, because that kind of gives you an idea of where you may begin playing the phrase and where it may end up. So we're probably playing it around here. Whoops, I think we skipped ahead. So that's a fun one, dropping into that. Yeah, dude, it's super cool. I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find stuff that I like, or styles of music that I don't like, anyways. There are certainly individual artists and bands and things like that I don't like, and individual songs that I don't like. But pretty much anything that pushes me, that like gives me a little bit of challenge or something like that, I tend to be into. That's cool though. That particular phrase drops into the sort of right-hand triplet in the middle of a different phrase. Another little scale pattern. That's not torture at all. If you're not pushing yourself, if you're not trying to learn something you don't know, if you're not trying to improve your technique, you know, or improve your repertoire, or just expand your ears, then what's the point? G, C, F sharp minor to B7, E. Like I said, it's the time that it's based on. You know, if you went to Spain and you went, hold a minute, polished a little capo mark out of my neck. I don't like capos that much, but if you went and spent a lot of time in Spain, you know, in Barcelona or somewhere like that, then you'd hear it a lot, and you'd start to sort of hear how it fits into a rhythm. You know, because to them it doesn't sound erratic. To us, because we're used to hearing everything working around 1, 2, 3, 4, suddenly the timing and phrasing starts to sound kind of weird, starts to sound a little more out there. But to them, it's perfectly normal. All right, let's see. Somebody wanted, who was it? Was it Mo Zero? Wanted a little bit of Stevie Ray Vaughan. Hope somebody's singing. What, the Gypsy Kings? Yeah, at some point, you know, especially if I get my classical out, then I'll revisit it a little more thoroughly. I mean, maybe one night we do kind of different themes from night to night, you know. So this coming Monday, is this Monday Metal Monday? Is that what we're doing? I think it is. This coming Monday we'll be doing metal tunes. Then Wednesday we'll be doing anime and video game tunes. Then next Friday will be anything goes, I think. It'll be Free for All Friday. But, you know, it certainly could be one night that we do a theme of just nylon, just classical guitar songs. That we can actually work on them on the appropriate type of guitar and get some of the stuff will work a little better. Meme Monday. Dude. Well, see, the thing is, Jake, is that I know at least the outlines of and general bones of hundreds, if not thousands, of songs already, and so that one will get kind of tucked away in here until it comes back around again, until somebody else brings it up or I hear it somewhere or something reminds me of it, and then I'll pull it out and I'll work on it some more and I'll get better at it, you know. As a rule, like traditionally the songs that I learn tend to be either songs that I'm going to be playing live, which is a no-go now, you know, not playing gigs at the moment, but or songs that I'm, you know, teaching to somebody. You know, if I have students that are working on a specific song, those are kind of the songs in the forefront. And then I'll have a handful of things that I specifically want to work on, you know, a specific technique or tune or this, that, or the other. And so everything gets just kind of filed away until I need it again. And then I'll go like, oh, hey, what about that reminds me of this song? Let me pull it out and let me work on it, you know. Let me practice this technique. You know, so like in that song, some of the right hand stuff is really, really crazy. You know, it's pretty challenging, and so I'll hear somebody play something and be like, okay, I need to work on my right hand technique. And then I'll break it out and we'll be like, okay, this song's got that in it, so let's work on that. The best way for ear training, the easiest, well, I don't want to say easiest exactly, that's not the right word. Let me grab some water too, getting a little dry. I think the like the easiest way, unless you just have an exceptionally good ear already, which is pretty rare, is to start by learning those intervals. There's a chart in the Discord that has a list of the basic 12 intervals. Yeah, no problem, Jake. No problem. Happy to try it. Happy to work on it. But, like I said, it's something different. One of the most amusing things and amazing things about Twitch is the stuff that people come up with. We get people requesting the standards, but then I also get a lot of requests for things I've never heard of in many cases. And that's the most fun. Being exposed to something new or trying something that I haven't tried before or a style I'm not as comfortable with. That's really rewarding. So absolutely happy to. But learning those intervals, get the chart from the Discord if you don't know them, and then just sit there and go, okay, this is what a minor second sounds like. This is what a major second sounds like. This is what a minor third sounds like. This is what a major third sounds like. This is what a perfect fourth sounds like. Augmented fourth or diminished fifth. Perfect fifth. Augmented fifth or minor sixth. Major sixth or diminished seventh. Minor seventh. Major seventh. Perfect eighth or octave. Well, yeah, dude, if you played trombone, you should have them in your head. Those intervals, if you can hear them, if you can pull them out of a chord or a tune or whatever that you hear, you have the building block for it. Because every scale and every chord and every riff, all of it, they're built of intervals, right? So when I'm listening to a tune, like the tune we were just playing, that we were just working on, and we hear these more complex phrases going... I instantly hear Phrygian mode. And the reason I hear Phrygian mode is because I know that Phrygian mode, as a standalone scale, is a container for a minor second, a minor third, a perfect fourth, a perfect fifth, a minor sixth, a minor seventh, and an octave. So when I hear a phrase go... I hear, like, even when it's that fast, I can hear those really important key tones and how they're resolving. And that tells me, okay, hey, this is Phrygian mode. That translates to this on the fingerboard. Or if I hear a chord that goes... like, okay, well, there's a major third, and I hear, oh, that tension coming from that tone, and hear it resolving up and go, okay, so that's like a sharp 11, a major sharp 11 chord resolving up to a perfect fifth. So when I'm listening to something, that's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing, okay, what intervals are going on here? What combination of intervals? Sometimes it gets really complex and complicated and becomes super hard to hear, and so then I have to go listen to it, several times and start working it out, finding each little bit, each interval in the stack in the chord or in the sequence in the scale. Every now and then you run into something that like makes no sense. It's just like randomly thrown them together. But for the most part, the vast majority of music, and especially popular music, tends to have sort of conventions, particular ways that scales are put together and that they're put over chords, particular organizations for chords, then sequences of chord progressions, that kind of stuff. So when we were talking about the chord progression in the last song we played, I said, oh, it's just like Autumn Leaves, or it's just like Fly Me to the Moon. I'm hearing this sort of intervallic movement. I'm hearing, okay, we have a minor chord, and then it's going to go up a perfect fourth to a seventh chord, and that's going to resolve up a perfect fourth to a major chord, is going to move up a perfect fourth to another major chord, which is going to move up an augmented fourth to a half diminished chord, which is going to move up a perfect fourth to a 7 chord, which is going to move up a perfect fourth to a minor chord, which when we move that up a perfect fourth takes us back to the minor chord we started with, and it creates like a loop. Like I can hear that da 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 da. But I mean, that's literally kind of the foundation or fundamentals of ear training. That and singing them, which I mentioned earlier. You know, you'll hear me when I'm working on phrases. I kind of hum the phrase out as close as I can get it. You know. You know, start developing in that way. But that's all I'm doing. That's the whole process. You know, I hear like what component, what intervallic component does this contain that I can recognize? Then what other one does it contain? What other one does it contain? Eventually you get to where common containers, common chord voicings and phrases and stuff like that, you can recognize instantly because they're so familiar, they're so common to you, and common scale shapes and organizations and stuff. You've heard them so many times that you don't have to think so much about them anymore. Then you can focus more on phrasing them correctly, you know, working on the rhythmic side of things. Or the technique required to play them if there's something really challenging. Who's bombing my phone over here? But start with easy stuff, you know. Start with like simple rock and roll, things like that, where you're going to hear kind of dry harmony, relatively speaking, and you're going to hear a fairly limited number of chord progressions, and usually not terribly complex chords, and just start working out like, okay, well it goes. All perfect fifths in this case, and work out the movement like, okay, ba ba, so that went up a minor third, ba boom, that went down a fifth or down a minor seventh compared to the root tone, ba, which means we're probably using the minor pentatonic scale. When we do that, we go, wait, now we're not in minor pentatonic anymore because we heard that go down a minor second, which means we're using the Dorian mode because the Dorian mode has that major 6 in it. You know, just kind of building it up, little block by block, piece by piece, so you can hear the bigger stuff, the bigger ideas. But you got to just sit there and do it too. You know, you just sit there and listen to a song a million times and listen to a particular part of a song a million times until you sort of put the two together. Then you can get concerned with even more fun stuff like the timbre, like which particular part of the neck you're going to play it on. Because that's something that's kind of unique to guitar. We can play the same thing in several different places. Let's see. Ride through a Bowie request in. Oh wow, that was a long time ago. Completely missed it. I think we're coming up on 4 hours though. That's probably plenty for the evening. But man, we got, how many followers did we get tonight? My mini feed would work better. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got like what, 5 followers tonight? 4 or 5, something like that. I think we got 4 because I think we had 86, which is pretty amazing, really. Getting so close to that 100. All right. Does anybody have any last questions? Anything they want to discuss for a couple minutes? So I think we're about to wrap things up. Of course, as soon as I say, hey, we're getting close to the end, we get a bunch more viewers pop in. Hey, new viewers, if you're new viewers, what you got going on? Got all these guitars out on the couch back here, and I think we only used 2 so far. No, wait, we used 3. We started off with one that we didn't actually even play a song on because we needed to change to a Strat. This guitar plays amazing. Well, somebody else out there in viewer land has got to have something to say. Wish I could find the bar for this vibrato. But, unfortunately, it's a super rare model from the 80s. Nobody makes a reproduction for it. All right, we're over 4 hours. Thanks so much, everybody who hung out. If you're not in the old Discord, get in the Discord. That way you can chat with me about guitar and music and everybody else all throughout the week, and you can leave requests for our different theme nights and stuff. Check out the socials down in the description. Got an Instagram, which has lots of guitar pictures, and we'll eventually have more when I quit being lazy. A YouTube that will have stuff eventually at some point. I'm trying to figure out how to get my stuff from my old YouTube transferred to the new YouTube, but can't quite get it to work right. And then the Twitter, which pretty much just has, hey, I'm live on it, which is probably not the best use for Twitter, but I've never been a Twitter user. Stop back by Friday night, or no, this is Friday, Monday night. Yeah, Monday night. For Metal Monday, I might thinking about trying to throw in the music theory stream that we missed this past week sometime on the weekend, but I don't know if I will have time because I've got to finish making a chart for it. But thanks everyone for hanging out. Stop back by Monday night, Metal Monday, all metal, all night. Someone is guaranteed to request something not metal, and we'll play it anyway probably. But thanks to all the new followers, Devin Thompson, Jake, and Rodrigo, and what was it? Oh, Kim somebody. What was it? Oh, let me scroll down. Chemistry. Okay, that's what it was. Chemistry, thanks for those follows. Get me up to 90. 10 more to go to get to my goal. You know just the thing to request. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But thanks for all the requests and questions from Pan and Ride and Alec and everybody. I know Kaz is hanging out there somewhere too. I saw him pop a few emotes in the chat. But always grateful for the cheers and the donations and subs and all the crazy stuff we got tonight. Really productive night. But I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, so you can use the cool emotes now. You can use them on other channels too, because I want people to be like, "What the heck is that thing?" And I'm talking about my own face, not the booba. I'll see y'all next time.